What's up, guys? Give me a second. I'm getting flash second. Hope I didn't do that. I don't think so. I could have. That'll be fun. I'm just buying Talos Principle and For the King 2. Which are both combined cheaper than a modern AAA game. $52. Worth it. Oh, what up, guys? I was here yesterday. I had to work yesterday at my part-time job, which kind of took the whole day, but it's part-time stretched out. I was gonna take like a holiday, but ooh, ASMR. So I didn't get to relax too much yesterday, but I did a little bit. Played some more Baldur's Gate 3, my third playthrough. The third act is just disappointing. It's got so many good things, but then just so many missed opportunities. And the worst part is I even feel like this playthrough that I'm doing now is more buggy than my original playthrough, which was on the first patch. Which is weird. I mean, I don't know how long it took me to complete it. Oh, this is the wrong count. Can I preload? It's not showing up. I'll look into it later. I'm pretty excited for today. Actually, we have some pretty good stuff that we want to accomplish today. Let me pull up our notepad, which I think we need to expand on a bit. I want to put up here or just finished. And we did all of this. Did these two. Did these two. Silent Hill Ascension is great marketing. What's their marketing? I haven't seen anything about that. What do you mean? I'm too dumb. I just woke up, Cutsper, an hour ago. You gotta give me some. Okay, it wasn't an hour ago. It was 2 hours ago. Next tasks, in-world UI for Cauldron contents, and then remove things from Cauldron and put on table, which we can kind of lump into the same thing because I assume that we're going to be using some UI for it, and we'll just. Brand team driven. You gotta explain this to me more. I'm not picking it up. I'm 3 head, not 5 head. Ah! Oh, that actually reminds me, I want to disable sticky keys. Where's my sticky? I don't want sticky keys even on stuff. Oh, new mobile app. But there's a new Silent Hill game, right? Or no, is it just the remake of 2? I think that if they are planning Silent Hill 2 remake in quarter 1, 24, this is great marketing. What's the mobile app? Is it just another game? Season pass. Already? I love it. I'll be looking on this. This is working pretty well, isn't it? Like UE5 movie with player choice. Oh, so like a kind of like an FMV, but not with recorded things. More just like a fake FMV. Oh, you vote for what happens. So it's like a community-driven choices kind of thing. I see now. Okay. Yeah, it is pretty nice. I mean, still, you know, great assembly. We have bloopers making that. Puzzles in game to earn tickets to have more votes. Can't do them out. Pass. Wow. So, how many stars rating does this have on the App Store then? You know, I would think that it would be lower than 1.8, considering I really want to see how much money they made from that. I mean, the premise is great. They should have just allowed it for free. Because what the fuck? This is like negative marketing for their game. Now people have a negative feeling going into and thinking about the remake. It's a great game idea, but putting money, you know, making this cost money is just so fucking stupid. They could have just used ads. They could have used ads. People wouldn't have hated it as much, and they probably would have made more money. That's my thought. Even optional ads. Maybe they think that app users and Silent Hill player aren't overlapping. Yeah, but then why do it? If they aren't overlapping, then you're not actually. It's just wasted money on marketing. Because this isn't gonna convert people into. I mean, maybe. It's still just really dumb because even the people who would want to buy Silent Hill, the remake, will look at this and may choose not to purchase it. I agree, it is typical business monkey brain. It's like, this is the dumbest thing where anybody who actually enjoys games will look at this and be like, this is the stupidest thing ever. God, there's a lot of UI clutter on this too. There's so much UI clutter on this. for a game that shouldn't have that much going on. Like, oh, just overcomplicated. Because this actually could have been a brilliant marketing decision. They just not overcomplicated it and monetized it in the way that they did. Just put in ads. Just put in. People already are like generally okay with short ads that you can skip. Even optional ones. I engage with optional ads in mobile games. Especially if I enjoy the game itself. I'm like, okay, yeah, I can give some money to the creator. You know, it's like I've been playing like Eidolon lately. That PC mobile game, Idle RPG MMO. It's great. It's really well designed. It works great. Some things are a little confusing, but overall, it's the monetization method is so fair. Like, there's no ads. There are micros, but they're not necessary. That it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna drop like $5 on this because I think the creator is great. It's really funny. It's a great game. He deserves it, right? And I did the same thing with like Melver Idol. Like I bought this because I can play it on my. It's a fun RPG idle game, and I can play it on my phone, tablet, or PC if I want. And it was just made so well and didn't have any ads popping up that I was like, okay, yeah, good stuff. I'll pay for it. And look, it works. It works. People buy it. People are more willing to give you money for something like this if you just give them a good deal. This is not a good deal. This is fucked up. Let's do some detective work here. Okay, so this is what they're wanting to do. This kind of thing. They had one with Walking Dead. Where are they located, though? Genvid Holdings. Ooh. So they want to do a lot of this stuff. But where are they located? A cool YouTube video about why AAA are doing what they're doing. Because they're retards? Why? Where are they located, though? They really don't want you to know. They don't like it. That's just sus to me. There's so much moving shit on this. Well, let's get back to what we're doing, which is not scamming people. Yet. No, I'm just kidding. It won't scam people. It won't scam you. In fact, I think that we will be even nicer, and when our game comes out, we're gonna have an official torrent. If you cannot afford our game, I'd rather that you get it from someplace that isn't going to put a virus in it. So, and maybe if the game goes on sale or you like it, you can buy it then. No judgment. None at all. Okay, let's see. Alchemy table. Where's my table? Oh yeah, we were gonna organize this. Jesus. Very questionable stuff here. I kind of want to move like can move it to its own event graph. I don't want to organize though. I'll organize later. I promise I will do it later. Okay, let's make this, let's design this Cauldron inventory. Like, how do we even want that? I mean, do we want it in world like this, or do we want it to appear? I kind of want it to appear in world. Maybe when you hover over the Cauldron. We should already be checking for that, so we can check. We can do a break on the tick trace, and let's print the actor just to see if we actually already get the, which it should. It is. No, it would get component. We can check which component's being hit and just double check if we're checking that. No, because it's ignoring itself. That's why I won't show it. Basically, the can't be agile is there too big. I agree, 100%. And the scale factor in video games is not working with the same power as in other businesses, so they can't be agile and risk money doing innovative. Yep. They can't do just better games. The skills don't work in game dev than indie or AA, so most of them are going to use licensed IPs. Yes, and count that reskin sales. Yeah, I agree. I've been saying that too. The bigger the project, the less, and the bigger the team, the less agile you can really be. Or let's just say the harder it is to be as agile as you could with a small focused team, right? And we were talking about that on Discord yesterday with like Supergiant, where it's such a small team of absolute veterans that have worked together so long that I'm sure they can be agile on a dime, right? Just, we're gonna switch, we're gonna do this. Okay, let's move our focus to this now. But when you have that 1,000-person team, like, again, we were saying Bungie was 1,100 people. How the fuck do you make big changes like this? I mean, especially if you have pipelines in place. You have to, get all the information out to team leaders, then you have to get information out to all the teams. You have to change all this stuff, get people on board. Maybe some people don't understand it. It's just like, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. So of course you go with something that's already proven. Games that people have already played, that are going to sell, gameplay that is already acceptable, and put on an IP because it's guaranteed that people who like the IP are probably going to check out the game. Although I have heard, actually with the Avatar game recently, that it's pretty interesting. Like, I agree it's a licensed game, right? And I don't think it's going to take too many risks necessarily, but I have heard that it is pretty interesting and it is very beautiful. I'll be curious to check that out. But like the Return to Moria, and then I think there's that Ubisoft single player. Is this too loud, by the way? No, we're okay. The single player Star Wars game, I think from Ubisoft. I forget the name of it. Star Wars single player game. It wasn't Bounty Hunter, right? No, that was old. That's old. What's the new one? And it's not. I'm not talking about like Fallen Order or anything like that. Do you know? Eclipse? No. Is it Star Wars Eclipse? Oh no, I think it's Outlaws. I think that's the name. Right? This one? Yeah, I think it's Outlaws. And you know what? I do actually like Ubisoft Massive. Because I do think that for what they are, the Division games are actually kind of interesting. And they play pretty well. And so they're the ones also making Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. And now they're making this too. So I think that of course, I think they're all going to be kind of Division-like, maybe. I could be wrong. I mean, Star Wars Outlaws is single player, as far as I know. So I don't even know how big is the Ubisoft Massive. Massive Entertainment, 750 people. Wow. Yeah, I saw some gameplay too, and it looks pretty interesting. I need to play it myself, of course, and we didn't get to see too much of the gameplay, especially like crafting for some reason. They wouldn't allow journalists to show that, but at least from what I saw, I think that it has legs, you know. I don't think it's doomed upon release, but we'll just have to wait and see. I'm mainly having a little bit of copium because I want the game to be good, just because I think that Pandora as a universe could make for some really awesome games. I mean, imagine something like Green Hell, but on Pandora. That would be pretty cool. Play as some outcast Navi. Let's design this. Create new diagram. Cauldron contents. Yeah, let's just use the root folder. I'll fix it up eventually. No, I won't. Okay. I kind of want to think of what data we want to show here. And I think that we want to show in the Cauldron. Or just things that we want to do, like actions, things that you want to show. We want to show the ingredients that are in there. We want to show the potion effects. And more than that, I think we want to make sure that if the player hasn't discovered effects yet, we only show guaranteed effects, and then a bunch of question marks, something like that. We want to show the potion flavoring. And I mean, we might not do this yet just because we don't have like a discovery system in place yet. So we we already know all the effects. This is an easier thing to implement later when we have that, because it's more of just a quick double check against the player's save game, you know, to see if they've discovered something, and if not, we then just show this shit. So more importantly for us is just being able to actually combine the effects in the way that we want. Potion flavoring. Ability to remove ingredients. What else might we want there? Does Unreal have... You know, I'm kind of curious, is it possible to create different collision shapes? Because, you know, if I can just create like a cylinder, right? Is it possible to use that base brush shape to create a new class? Or new child class of the collision with that shape instead? I don't know. Yeah, so like if I can add, you know, basic shapes, right? No worries. Sphere, cube, plane, cylinder, cone, right? But for collision, there's only sphere, cube, and capsule. Is it possible to create a new class with like cylinder and cone colliders through C++? Because I assume that all of the ones that exist are probably pretty similar. They just take a different shape, different brush shape or something. Yeah, I'm just really curious if you can shit, I don't have Visual Studio installed in here. I would like take a look at it. I gotta do that. I gotta install VS on here. Yeah, I'm sure it's possible too. Yeah, you're right. That is true. I gotta do that then today. I'll make sure to do that. I'll write it down. Do I have any? I should have. Should have. Oh wait, maybe it's. Hold on. This side. I would say you have more. You may have a problem with this particular collision. It's not straightforward. Oh really? Even just changing, like, copying the code for like box collider, but just telling it to use a different shape. Okay, that's an old note. Install VS. Okay, we got that. We could also start with like a really simple version of the contents, just the ability to kind of put ingredients in and take them out. Because I don't know how we want to display the individual ingredients in there. Well, we could do something like, hold on, let me. If we have this in-world panel, and let's say we have our table, you know, looking at it from our normal point of view, right? Can I make this canvas bigger? Resize image, canvas, no, just big boy. Okay, we got our Cauldron, right? I think we can have like a pop-up. I'll just make it blue just so we can kind of differentiate it, right? And this will be in world, similar to what we did with the ingredients. But we changed it for ingredients just to be the name, and you zoom in and kind of see it. So we could have something also similar here where we have like a simple version of it when you hover over it, and then you can like right click to zoom into it further. The only problem is right now we have our tick trace ignoring self, which means it's ignoring. But I could tell it to ignore, well, it's actors to ignore. So they can't tell it to ignore components. Kind of slows it down. It isn't causing an issue though. It's probably because we're constantly running this. We're constantly running this. But I'm kind of curious if we just do an and here. And we check if this is valid. This might be a cheaper operation. Or no, we'd have to do the validation here. This is a fucking mess. It's not the greatest, but I just want to test this. This is. Well, it definitely seems to help. As I very obviously suspected, this is a much cheaper operation than trying to do this every tick. Which is dumb. We'd only need to do it once, right? Granted, it is setting the alchemy state to be idle. But we can double check if that's running as it should too. With that. Yeah, it appears like it's still working fine. Okay. Oh, we made that a little bit more efficient then. just not looking any prettier. This is messy. This, if we have to do anything else to this is just gonna get really annoying. And we are going to have to do other things because we want to have... We want to have it check for the Cauldron too. So this is gonna have to be completely reworked, I think. Great. Looking forward to it. Yeah, so maybe we just do the... We'll do something simpler on hover, and we can just show like the ingredients, like a panel with the ingredients or something. Oh, not you. Just maybe like simple panel with effects and flavor. Depends on how many ingredients we want to be like the max. And that's a very good design question. Because theoretically, you could just keep putting in ingredients and making some crazy ass potion, right? Which does have a certain... There's something to that. We have to limit players. We have to limit players. Because otherwise it would just be a nightmare to design. Also, sorry guys, bumped you. Be a very big nightmare to design if we could just allow players to put ingredients in. I mean, at a certain point it becomes unoptimal because there will be enough effect overlap that you essentially just wouldn't have a great potion in the first place. But limiting it is necessary because it also encourages players to think carefully about what they're putting in. We can limit it to like 5 for now. That's what I had in my first prototype, and I think that it worked pretty well. I don't really like the pop-up idea though. Wouldn't it be more cool if we had like a like, bear with me here for a sec. Imagine that these are the panels, right? What if there was some, like, I don't know, book or display or some shit that... I don't know, we're like here. And as you put things in, like these got updated. And I mean, these can, these can be widgets, right? Like, it's just, I think they'll look more immersive. If maybe the Cauldron itself possesses some magical elements that help you with this, and you know, it shows you kind of in, and then you can zoom in and you kind of have, like, imagine, you know, you right click on the cauldron, right, and the camera kind of goes to like this kind of mode, and then you can actually like do things with the cauldron, like stir it or something, or you know, remove ingredients or double check that the effects and the flavorings are what you want. And then, you know, you can of course back out, back to this, zoom in on ingredients, you know, drop them in, drag and drop, and then kind of see how it's gonna do things. Maybe. And we could even still allow dragging and dropping in this view mode too. But we could put like a little, I don't know, like side table here or something. So if you wanted, you can mess around with your ingredients here. You can just quickly drag and drop if you know what you're doing. Or if you need to test something, right, you can put ingredients onto this and then zoom into the cauldron and kind of more carefully just double check that they're actually going to provide you with the benefits that you want. That way it's still immersive, but there's an option for players who know what they're doing, who know that the ingredients they're putting in are going to resolve this way because maybe they've made this potion before. But there's also an option for players to get right up and close with the cauldron. They can put ingredients on here first and then carefully like drag them, hover them over, and see if, because we can update these two things then, right, and say, okay, it's gonna change the potion like this, and you'd be like, no, I don't want that. Or yeah, let's put it in, let's try that, let's stir it a couple times. That to me seems more immersive in a way, you know? I don't know how you guys feel with that. So yeah, we could do something like that. I mean, it looks a little weird, but I think that the premise of just being able to be like, okay, yeah, we're gonna try these ones, you know, we're gonna try see how these work, and then we can just, you know, pretend to, hold on, can I eject from here? Oh no, I have to play it in viewport, hold on. Yeah, we're like, you know, okay, I'm gonna try these ingredients together, we're gonna see what happens. And then we can pretend that we're zooming in on the cauldron, and it can be like this sort of view. And that way we can still drag and hover, and when you hover the ingredient over the cauldron itself, like the center area, we can do a quick check to see how it's going to affect the potion, but it's not committed until you drop it in. So you can still play around, you can see how a single ingredient is gonna mess with it, and then you can you can back out to the to this view and then be like, okay, we don't want to use that for sure. And probably not this either, but we could try to do two of these and see how that works. I mean, I guess you could still do it here, but this, you know, having the zoom in gives you a bit of a closer view how it's going to react, and then you can also do things like stirring. Because you can't do things like stirring from this view. I kind of like that idea, where you to me that feels more immersive that way still. Like that's going towards our idea of immersion, not throwing a bunch of UI on the player unless they ask for it. Because I think that if we throw too much UI on the player all at once, it isn't enjoyable. Okay, so I think the 2 panels work really well. And we can give the player, oh no, do we have to put it in the player controller or the player? Something for in-world UI interaction. And I don't remember, is it in the player? Technically the player, we're not switching pawn or controller, we're just switching view. So if I enable it in the first person, I think it's in the character, right? What's it called? UE5 World Space UI. 3D widget interaction. What we want. Oh, they just do it with... Oh no, they do it from the pointer. I thought they were doing the big button too. Okay. No, I see what they're doing. There's just a widget interaction component, so I wonder if we can put that here. Yeah, but it shouldn't be necessary, because if we already have the player being able to interact on the alchemy table with game and UI. So we already have that functionality, I believe. But I don't know if that counts 3D widgets. We can test it, I guess. Oops. We can test it just by making a quick button and throwing it in the world. And on click, just print hello. It's a fucking big button. There's one big button. No, it's not. So we still need the widget interaction. I think it's put in here. How do we know what it's pointed at? Yeah, it's just pointed. Out of my dick, it kind of looks like, to be honest. Yeah, we don't have click events enabled, but fine. Okay, then. Okay. So yeah, that's a problem. And I assume that if we change this, yeah, it isn't great, is it? I mean, could we put like a widget interaction component on the alchemy table? And then just get enhanced input actions? It's worth a try, right? Don't see why it would work, but we can give it a shot. It's just like, what's gonna control the trace? Because of course here they attach to the rifle, which has aim. I also closed the event because I just love doing that. It's like we don't have anything here that's actually changing its rotation with the player. I feel like I'm missing something obvious here. This obviously isn't gonna work. What can I attach it to on the when the player's at the alchemy table? I mean, we already do hits though. That's the thing. It's like it's just a special version of a trace, right? So why can we not make our already existing line trace work with widgets? Maybe it's the mouse? Actually that looks like it fixed it. Okay, but it's only when the player's there? Not. Only when the player's there. Okay, let's pull off. Let's grab this and see what we can do with it. Set enable hit testing, right? And that'll be part of the start alchemy. I don't think that'll prevent it from being traced though. Just prevent it from, I kind of want it, I don't want it to actually really bad for it. Excuse me. Arrow tick, I mean we could disable its tick, maybe. Default, it'll just be disabled. Okay, so I think that that's working. We can get the trace. Now we just need to get the inputs into the widget. And we already use inputs. Can we double check if what we're hitting is a widget or not? Should be able to. Doing 2 separate traces now, technically. I don't really like. Alright. Not the greatest, but it's not the worst. Yes. A click. I mean, technically it would be here. And we would just be pressing pointer key, left mouse button. Not really firing though, is it? Kind of weird. Shouldn't that be setting the print? Why is that not firing? Really weird. It's really weird. It's hovering. I did put the right widget in there, didn't I? I mean, it might be hardware input. I think that could be an issue. Yes, it's because we're setting show mouse cursor and it's using the hardware input. Hover isn't working. Who cares about that? Oh, okay. That's working. Functional. Glad to know we solved that on a hunch. We just got to make sure that that is set in the widget to receive hardware input. Cool. Cool, cool. Oh. Okay, now if we want the player to be able to zoom into the cauldron, I feel like we need an additional state. Because we also want the player to actually be able to drag things in the cauldron state. It's getting very complicated. Should also make this cube actually within the BP, but we'll do that. We'll do that. We want, essentially we want like zoomed cauldron. Now at what points do we use or check for zoom at any point? Find a references. Do a get here. That's just to check if it's dragging. To check if it's hovered. The cauldron checker. Okay, I think we can implement it and it won't fuck anything else up. As long as we can make sure that we enter and exit it properly. I don't think it will mess with any of the other logic. It's the hope, at least. And we want to take this and move it to when the player has entered and exited the cauldron zoom. tick and hit testing. Oh, we removed that to an X. Guys, give me like just a quick 5 minutes. I want to go check what food is being served at the cafe today. So give me like 5 minutes and I'm gonna be RB. Yeah, okay. Give me a quick 5. Okay, I checked. I'm gonna save our hunger for later. Nothing really stuck out to me. That's fine. This one. There we go. We're back. Okay. Let's set up the Zoom. The trouble is we need to on the right click for our Zoom. We have it set to ingredients. We need to do like 2 things. We need to check if Yeah, the way we're checking this is not flexible. Not flexible at all. We need to refactor how we do this trace entirely. Which isn't like, it's not that much work. But it could have effects on how we look at everything else. How do we want to do this? I prefer not to use any new trace. We already do more than enough traces right now. That's not going to be the solution to this. Or is it the solution? Okay, hold on. Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. We fire this ingredient zoom action regardless, right? It doesn't use a trace. It just does some shit for us. But if ingredient hovered is not valid, if in fact we are I can already see some potential issues with it. We'll handle it. So it's like, okay, but if you can move ingredients when you're in the Cauldron zoom, what happens if you right click an ingredient in the Cauldron zoom? We can prevent that. We can allow it or prevent it. We can get around that. I know what's gonna happen. That's fine. That's a known unknown at the moment. Excuse me? What just made that sound? Did I lose you guys on Twitch? What was that? Was that me? Guys, where did that come from? Not saying anything on Twitch. Did I press something I shouldn't have? I don't know. Stream looks fine. Thought I actually disabled sounds on this computer. I think I disabled Windows sounds, which means that the only thing it could come from would be my stream computer. I don't know what my stream computer just tried to say to me though. You okay, buddy? I'm looking at you. You look fine. Oh, I see. Updates are available. Don't do that. I don't think you guys could hear it though because it's the only audio you guys can hear is from my work computer, not my streaming computer. But I don't want to hear that sound because that can also mean some bad things. So don't tell me if there are updates. However, I do want it to tell me when there are issues. Can I tell it not to do certain things? Notification. I want nothing. None. Well, that'll at least prevent that issue from happening again. Until some other sound is annoying to me. Okay, where was I? I was on Zoom if ingredient hovered, and I think that ingredient hovered is we're updating that properly. Yes, that is being set to none and removed. Okay, so we can just check if that is valid. We can do a validation check, which we should do anyway. But we can do a validation check here for the ingredient. True and true. Do an and. Okay, that'll make that a bit more robust, which is always a good thing. And we can now pull off from this false. We can do a trace otherwise to see what the hell we just hit. Line trace by channel, we want the visibility channel. We don't want to ignore self, but we do need to get, we need to run this again, which I hate having to do, but well, life. We let those underworked programmers figure out how to make it more efficient. Break the hit result. And we're gonna check components this time. Not hit actor. Because we want to see if we hit the Cauldron. Hit component equal to Cauldron. Let's just do a quick check if that's working properly by having it print out hello. Yeah, we can disable that too. Weird, so it's why is it that's really weird. It's having similar issues that we had originally. Why? So because of the collision on the Cauldron, we fix that up. Maybe you can use Wait, I think it's using simple collision, right? Or is it using complex? Yeah, I want to do trace against complex collision. I think that was an issue. It's still not working here, and it should be working here. I don't know why it's not. Yeah, it's like once you start going down into that hole a bit, it does not work. It does not like that. I know why. I know why. It's because of the table. Because this table has, oh no, these are separate cubes. It shouldn't be having that issue. Right, we replaced our old mesh with cubes. Why wouldn't that be working then? Or is it because one of these boxes is using the visibility trace? Potentially this one. The interactable collision, I think, uses... That's our problem. Because that's using the visibility channel. Okay, but we can test from a different channel then. We can do... Let's make a new channel. Where was that? Collision? Channel. Trace channel. New trace channel. Cauldron. Default response. Ignore. Accept. Let's go. Okay, and then we're going to check the... We need the collision of the cauldron to... be custom. We want it to ignore... No, we want it to block. Ignore visibility traces. Block cauldron. Is that going to have a problem if we ignore visibility trace? I guess we can check. Also, we want the... We need to set up... We need to fix the trace too to use the right channel. Cauldron channel. Still getting blocked. Oh, I wonder if it's only modifying the... I wonder if it's only modifying the simple collision, but we're tracing oh no, we're not tracing complex. Yeah, we're gonna do persistent debug too. Yeah, it's not working. Working everywhere else except for inside. Because it's stopping. I don't think it's going far enough, and I think it's because something else is blocking that trace. But it shouldn't be. Ignore that. It's not this. The only thing I can think of is that it is this here. It's the only thing that's at that level. But it shouldn't be preventing the trace. The trace should still go far enough. Camera, get world location, do the trace. Oh. That should fix it. I don't know if we still want to trace complex or not. Let's try it without. We might not need it. Okay, yeah, we are working. We are back in business. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's weird that it's poking there, but I think it's just because of our weird collision. It doesn't matter, as long as the only things that should be doing that are when we click on the cauldron. And it is working. Going through those planes too, but that's not a problem. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we have that working. Now we can actually initiate the zoom state. Oh, okay. How do we want to do this? What did we do for the other zoom? How did we figure out the remove mapping context, alchemy table? We just removed that mapping context entirely. This time we want the mapping context, but we don't want to initiate the ingredient zoom. Or do we? But when the player presses X from that, we at least want to bring them back to the cauldron because that's where they were last. I mean, we could always just save. We could save the previous, like, camera state or location. When the player presses X, you know, it puts them back to the previous location. Let's put an arrow in here. Let's add our arrow component attached to the default route. Yeah, that's fine. Yes. And we're gonna put this in the same kind of place as that we did for the camera. Same kind of like logic here. Hold on, gotta do this so I can pilot it around, right? wanted something like this. Maybe tilted a bit more. Maybe even a little more. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so we can delete this camera then. We have the arrow in the right place. I can show you. So it's in the right place. Yeah, we'll do this like return cam to normal. We can always just branch off based on the zoom. Because we want this, of course, but we want to... None of this is relevant. None of these three are relevant to what we're doing with the Cauldron. Okay, hold on, give me a sec. Back to somebody in Discord. We can try it. It should update it. Okay, that's what our view looks like. I think we could alter it a little bit, but for the most part, I think it looks pretty good. We can even see out down into the bottom. Yeah, looks nice. Looks nice. We can do the get rid of the debug. Okay, so I think when the player zooms in, we need to set the state as well. We need to set the alchemy state. This is going to be zoomed Cauldron. Now what I want is for when event return cam to normal. It's not gonna last long. Because if we can allow the player to manipulate things at the Cauldron, it's going to reset all those states, which is a problem. We almost need to separate it. We need like a state or a trace state and a camera state rather than lumping it into one. That's what I'm thinking. This HUD doesn't grab states at all, does it? It does. Ooh, yeah, okay. It's proving to be more of a headache than I thought it would be. I'm yawning so much today. I don't even feel tired. Like I'm just yawning. I don't fucking know what the issue is. Yeah, like I wanted this functionality while we're in here. Thing is, we can press this, but then it puts us back here. We don't want that. But this alchemy state is not correct. It needs to be separate into camera state and alchemy state. There needs to be alchemy camera state, and then there needs to be trace state. Alchemy camera state has normal ingredient cauldron. The trace state has idle, hovering, dragged. And we need to find every fucking reference of alchemy table states and replace it with one of these two. And hope we don't screw something up, which we will. Absolutely will. We need to switch this to, let's keep that, we'll just make new ones. Alchemy trace state. We're just gonna go one by one. Replace. Placed. We're gonna replace everything with trace first, and then we'll go back and we'll put in all the ones that we want to check the camera state. And yeah, we'll hope it works. That's a camera state. That's a camera state. Okay. Me camera state. Oh, okay. This was ingredient, I believe. This one is equal to ingredient. Yeah, and we have this BPI function. We want to split it up into get alchemy table. Get alchemy trace state. Get alchemy camera state. Trace state output. Let's get all references to this. Okay, we use it in just here. And more relevant here would just be the camera state. switch, not a break. Okay, yeah. I think that's correct. I think that's hope. Okay. Yeah, because we don't have any logic hooked up for that. Okay, no, that is as we wanted. That is functioning correctly. We just need to split up this return cam to normal. Technically, we want another one. We want one that's return cam to table. Return cam to... I mean, we could always just have like switch camera with the state input. That would be better. That would be 100% better. Switch camera, and then the input will be the camera state. Camera state. Okay, new state. Okay, so we're gonna put this down here, switch camera. And we can actually get rid of this. I'm just gonna unhook it for now. This will be our normal. I might move the camera. Yeah, I might move the camera logic when you right click on an ingredient down to here. I feel like that would be better to do. Or just all of it. No, because we set the alchemy camera state here. What we really want to do is, oh, we can also do the state setting here. Yeah. Okay. No, that's a good idea. So, where was it? I lost it. Here it was. This is why you need to organize your blueprints, people. Which is not what I'm doing, but is something I desperately need to do. We're already wasting a lot of time getting lost from time to time, so should really do that. Really? I can just rip this shit out. And put it down here. And then for the Cauldron zoom, we would do we would just pull this out. Perfect. Now let's go back and replace this. We'll do switch camera. Does it matter which one I choose? No, it shouldn't. Switch camera to Cauldron. Okay, and up here, we switch camera to ingredient. It's the wrong one. They would both work, but I just want to call the function directly. Because I think if I do the one through the BPI, I still need to put a reference to self in there, and that's just redundant. Now here, I need to do a bit more. I need to switch camera, message to normal. If at Cauldron, I think we would just copy this exact same stuff. In reality, I think there's a lot of stuff here that should be put into the alchemy table, not held in the HUD. I think the logic here in the HUD should only be things that affect the HUD, which is removing the widget, right? Yeah, because like we wouldn't even need to get the actor. Well, that would be like the end alchemy, which is this, and that should have the logic for that. It doesn't. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I got okay. Okay. We are not leaving today until we organize this blueprint. That is final. It should have happened a long time ago, but we're gonna do it today. Jesus Christ, this is nasty. Wait, when do we have the alchemy table ref? When do we set that? You know, I think we set that when we create the widget, so getting actor of class to end alchemy is redundant. We can just get the alchemy table ref. And all of this can be put into here. And I'm gonna move it up to synchronize it. I just wanna need more space. I think that'll function. Once I hook this up. Let's test it. Yeah, the only thing is that this, I mean, it is functioning. It is working as intended. I mean, there's some like quality of life stuff you could do. So if you're zoomed in on this, you can hold the X button to X it out completely, so you don't have to press it twice. Not important for now. Not important. That's quality of life. That's a minimal necessity quality of life. But yeah, this is good. We still have access to our yeah, makes it uninteractable, actually. Why is that though? Why does it make it uninteractable? What eats the trace for that? You know, I'm not actually sure what eats the trace for that. I mean, I like it. It's actually working as intended. I just don't think I set it up to do that. It's more of an accidental boon for us. Yeah, there's some wonky stuff that could happen. I could see the player being able to. Technically, I think it is. It would trigger that. It's fine. It's fine. We can find a way around it. There's some anti-cheese to be put there, but it really is not important for the prototype. It would be necessary for full release, of course. So the player can't add an ingredient and then get it back and add it again. What was it? It was that when the player is zoomed into the ingredient, but they just came from the cauldron. So we almost need to save the last known state. Or the previous state. So before we switch state, we need to save the one that we were just at. If I'm correct. It's very specific, but it should be fine. Last camera state. It looks a bit weird, but I think it'll be fine. So if we want to switch, if we're coming from ingredient, we press X, it's going to want to switch us back to the table, to normal. But if the last camera state was the cauldron, actually just want to set the switch camera to. We do it this way. I'm not really happy with how that's implemented, but I think it will function. Didn't function. Why didn't that function? Hold on, let's tick the camera state. Maybe it doesn't save properly. Should be working correctly though. Get to the current state, save it as last camera state, then we switch. Should be functioning properly. Unless we're switching camera state, hold on, let's check camera state and let's check where we set it, because maybe we set it somewhere that we shouldn't. We may have a repeated node or something. No. We only set it 3 times, and we should only set it 3 times. Okay, let me debug it. Play it and debug. I'm gonna put a where that you can't see it. Okay, ingredient fired, normal fires, Cauldron fires. Now last alchemy state is Cauldron. Oh, it's because it's not. No, it's because we set the last state there. Hold on. I know why. I think I know why it's not happening. Because it's actually saving this as our last one. Now our last one is ingredient. You need to save like the we're actually just saving the current camera state. We're not saving the last one. We're only saving the one that it was before it changed, and we need to save the one that it was at before. And wouldn't that be like the second to last Cauldron state? Or camera state? Not the Cauldron state. Like Cauldron to ingredient. This is the current. This was the last one. Wouldn't we then just put it here? We would essentially just set the camera state and then save that one as the last one. So it doesn't set it until it changes it. I think that's how it should be. We literally put the cart before the horse. Well, almost literally. It was still figurative, but yes. I think this will solve the problem. Well, let me do some mental logic here. it's still not gonna work because I'm stupid. It's still not gonna work. How do we fire this correctly? Maybe one of you guys knows. Okay, so our plan here, if you're just catching up, we need to save the state, you know, what we have by enum, but of the previous camera that we had implemented. So we have 3 camera states. When we switch to one, we cache it in a variable. When we switch to a new one, I want to check what that previous one was. Now, I think my original plan of putting it here was correct, but we need to do the go to ingredient, we go to Cauldron, new state. No, it'll still fuck us. Cuthbert, you still there? Yeah, so I have sorry, my problem is that, you know, I set these camera states and it's working properly. I can move from normal to Cauldron to ingredient and back to where I want to be, except for one, where if you're at the Cauldron, you have the ability to right click on an ingredient and see its info. So in that case, it's changing the camera state. But I want it to remember that we were just at Cauldron, so that when you press X, it doesn't go back to the table, it goes back to the Cauldron. So we need to save the previous camera state. I'm wondering where is the best place to save that previous state without it being overwritten by our current one. That's my issue. I don't know if I explained it properly. Gotta ban some more bots. Are we saving unchanged details? That's what I was thinking. I don't know if I did it correctly. Like, okay, so this is our event to switch camera state. And never save the camera with detail. Like we do the camera switching logic and then we set the current state of the camera to that new, you know, to the one that we want, the new state. And I could save it here. But then we run all this stuff before we check and so it's the, what is the name of details camera? What do you mean? The name of details camera? name of state. So the one that we're wanting is going from ingredient. Or when we are triggering normal, we want to check if the last state was actually Cauldron. Maybe I need to like draw it out. Maybe I need to flowchart it. Well, this is it's kind of the flowchart, right? Hold on, I printed the screen. I can show you. Okay, I don't know if you can see it. It's the print screen is kind of small, but it does repeat a lot. So we're at normal. This is the normal state. When you right click, we're on ingredient. Okay, we press back, we go to Cauldron. When you right click on the Cauldron, we're in Cauldron, we press back, we're back to normal. However, when we're at Cauldron, and we can right click on an ingredient, when I press back, it's gonna go back to normal. And I need to save that we were at Cauldron before we clicked on ingredient. Maybe instead of doing it after, maybe I should do it when we move to ingredient, we should check. So when we're moving to ingredient, we should check here, right here, if we were just on Cauldron. We can check if the current state maybe we can, like, I'm thinking we can put it here. Like we can check if the current state is Cauldron. It's weird to put the logic here though, because I'd rather just have it be more flexible, right? And always save that previous state. And here, I don't like it. I don't like putting it here. I don't like this. This is messy to me. Can we just save it before we switch state? As we switch state here, wouldn't we just set, like we would get alchemy camera state, we set last camera state, and then we switch camera state. And we just put this here before. I don't know why the flow of that was confusing me so much. Save at beginning of ingredients. Yeah, I was gonna save it at the beginning, but this will be more flexible because now I can have logic for any previous camera state if I want it. We only need it for ingredients to Cauldron right now, but okay, then we do the check here. When going back to normal, if last camera state was Cauldron, instead we go straight to Cauldron. I don't know, let's try it. Works. I don't know why the logic of that was just... Like sometimes the simplest of logic locks my brain up, and sometimes the complex logic, it's like, oh yeah, just connect. Oh, works. Easy. Programming, I guess, right? I would imagine even like some of the most expert programmers still have those kind of brain farts at some points. There's something about turning all these balls green that's just kind of really satisfying. It's really satisfying to do. I like it. Okay, So that's good. So we can still check, and then we can come back to the cauldron. Except we are removing the mapping input. Why are we doing that? Why is my mapping leaving? Oh, we just need to run. Hold on, there's a couple things we have to do. We actually need to put this a bit later. Because if we're going from ingredients to cauldron, we still need to do all of this logic still. This is still relevant. Things that change are the if last was cauldron. We just want to trigger the switch camera logic for cauldron. If not, then we can set the new camera location as here. And trigger our ending logic. Okay, I think that should prevent the inputs screwing up. Yeah. I still hate that this trace-based movement is so laggy. I just don't know of any other way to do the movement. And it really isn't that important. It's because it's a prototype, but still it just really bugs me. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just triggers me. Oh. Okay, let me put this little side table in here. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Looks a little bit bigger than it was, but that's okay. More like your workspace when you're at the cauldron. can release the trace a bit. Kind of funny. Okay, well we fixed that up, and that was not at all originally part of the thing. I really have to make sure that my bank account has enough money to purchase Talos Principle and For the King too. I'm glad we chose to like do work today and then play it tomorrow, because I think I was looking at the release times for both those games, and I think they're both going to be released in the evening. So no point. I may play a little bit of one of them later, probably For the King, just to kind of, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just play them fresh, starting tomorrow. Especially Talos Principle. I don't want to spoil that. I played a few of the demo puzzles, but not all of it. And anyway, I am thinking of streaming that one from home. Because the game looks beautiful, and my 4070 Ti, I think, has a separate dedicated chip for encoding. And then of course my CPU is really powerful too, so I think I can stream it from home on my same computer that I'm playing it on, which is way simpler from like a logic point of view. And I don't think it's going to cost too much resources to stream at 60 FPS 1080p. But we will see. We will see. We will see. I mean, I can play it here too, just on like lower quality settings, so not a big deal. Okay, so we have these like these two widgets I want, which one of them is kind of the current ingredients that are in the cauldron. And I want you to be able to be in that cauldron view and to interact, to like remove them or to see them a bit more. Like you can hover over them and press something to see more info, or press a button to remove it from the cauldron itself. That's my thought. But this is a very compact view, and then over on the other one, I want you to actually see what the end result of the potion is going to be. That's my thought. And this one will have to be maybe a bit bigger, or just they're going to be two separate panels. Over here, more like a list or some panel to hold children of the ingredients you put in. Then you can press a button on there next to the ingredient and it removes it and puts it back on the table. That's my thought. And I think that's gonna be like the step one. And I think that's pretty easy. We can just basically have a... Let me create a new folder for... Cauldron ingredients panel. Oops. I don't know why I put cauldron. We can just do cauldron widgets. Cauldron. God, I'm just really off base today. Here, cauldron ingredients panel. And then we'll make another one for cauldron gradient. Let's call it that. Here should be pretty simple. We're just going to do a canvas panel. I like that. We can probably just do a border. Size box. Or we can draw it to size. We can draw to size. Okay, so let's do a border. Image. Wrap with overlay. And then we're going to do a button. And text down the button. Okay, draw at desired on screen. Image is pretty simple. We want to do it by 32. Fine, let's just do 64. We can adjust the size of it later. Text here, simple, just an X. And I want to put it in the upper corner. It's pretty big though, isn't it? We do some padding, some negative padding. Top -5. 5. Way too big, I know it. I can probably scale it down. White's probably fine. Yeah, but that appearance is only going to... What's the foreground? Hold on, we'll see how that looks. Icon, that's going to be variable, yes. Let me open up this panel. Yes. And this will be... Do we want to draw out the desired size? Probably. And we would do probably a uniform grid panel. So we could do a size box and then a border uniform grid panel. I don't know what color, just a light gray or something. Desired on screen, size box, we'll override. I don't know, 900 by 500 or something. Uniform grid panel, let's put 3 or 5 of these info icons on here. Not those. It was Cauldron ingredient. This would be row 0, column 1, column 2, 1, 1, 1. And we center all of these, please. Their alignment. Oh man, I don't actually know what I did for my... Do I still have it on here? Did I download it on here? I copied over the bartering system. I don't know if I copied over my old alchemy. I think I did. Let me copy that over. I just want to see what I did for the UI for this, because I made it look really nice. I swear to God, if I did 2 separate horizontal panels, I'm going to be really upset with myself. While that's copying over, let me adjust the padding here. Thought I could have them all be centered. Gonna have to compile some shaders. Yes, we are. My favorite moment. Oh. No longer development stream. This is a compiling shaders stream. Shouldn't take too long. I can put them on here. Let's add a widget. All this Cauldron contents. Where is this bad boy? Widget class, Cauldron panel. Ooh, that's big. Draw at desired size. Well, that is pretty big. That is someone's version of desired size, that's for sure. For now, let's just see if we can actually get it to be interactable. Put it in here. What do we angle the camera at, actually? I can put it at 50, so technically the most ideal angle would be 40, wouldn't it? And we can remove the collision from this. No collision. Yeah, it's a little wonky. Gotta remove these too. Planes. It's weird, it's not doing the interaction. Why is that? Because they need to receive hardware cursor events. Or hardware cursor inputs. Where was that? hardware input. Oh, it can't receive collision, so that's a problem. We do have to switch that to UI collision. Custom, but it's only for the trace. We can actually just ignore all object responses, I believe. Okay, yeah, that's working. We probably only enable that when the player is in Cauldron view because we don't want them. I mean, why not have them do it here? Why not? They know what they're doing. Save some time, right? So maybe it's okay. I didn't mind this. The size is actually pretty nice, I think. I think it's big enough that you can. I mean, I know, like, if you're watching on stream or something, you'd have to make it like full screen to mimic the size, and you probably have chat open, so I can understand if you're not doing that. But if you make it full screen, it is pretty good size, I think. And again, we are only streaming at 30 FPS, so there's going to appear to be some lag that isn't here. But yeah, I think it looks all right. I could probably rotate it just a little bit back this way. Move it closer and down a bit. Maybe we don't want you to have to be able to move things behind it. Maybe it should only be visible and yeah, because it's eating those traces. Eating visibility trace. We don't want it eating visibility trace. Not good. Well, we can't help that though. You just put like a box collider behind there so you can't drag anything back there. That might just be the easiest dumb solution. Not blocking it. Why are you not blocking it? Overlap all dynamic. Block all dynamic, please. Way to eat traces, though. Ignore the traces, but eat the everything else, right? Nice. Oops. Well, you can remove things, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, that works. It's prototype, and you know what? It's pretty reliable for prototype. Just don't put things behind there. Yep. I think it's good enough. How many shares you got left? Oh, just a casual 3,000. Okay, great. Love it. Meanwhile, we can... That's weird, did that change? We can set up the logic for it. Okay, let's add more stuff to this event graph just so that it becomes even more bloated and impossible to figure out what we're doing or seeing. That's our favorite thing to do apparently in this prototype. Make everything and organize nothing. Okay, so when the player, we already have the collision, the Cauldron checker, which will generate overlap events for the physics bodies, which is great. Well, I know why it eats those inputs is because we actually overlap. It's weird. That is. Oh no, it's because we have no physics collision. That should be weird. I just wonder if it's eating those traces with overlap. I wonder if we set those to ignore, if we could theoretically interact with ingredients at the bottom of the cauldron. No, we can't. Probably because of the interactable collider set to the visibility channel underneath there. Which is fine. It actually works in our favor. Okay, so this Cauldron checker is about halfway down, which is good. We can move it up a little bit for safety purposes. Oops, I just closed my construction script. Fine, we don't really need it anyway. We already have it set up, so we could actually just grab the Cauldron contents, git widget. I don't remember if we have to cast that or not. Let's see. Do we have any variables on that? Ingredient panel. I think we need to cast it, but I'm just gonna check. Yeah. Give me a sec, just looking at Discord. Okay, cool. Almost done. 2,000 shaders left, okay. We want to save the most recent actor that was dropped in here. I don't think so. I think I'd rather just... But I could. But only if it's an ingredient. We want to, we can save it. We can promote it to a... Oh, really, this should be a function at this point. This really shouldn't be a function. I mean, if I'm saving shit like this that isn't really used globally, this should just be a function. Okay, let's make a function. Let's do it. Function, add ingredient to Cauldron. We've already checked if it's the right actor, so we can just pull in the actor. Yeah, but I'd have to probably convert it anyway. I'd have to cast, so... Cast to ingredient, don't want to do it, but I have to. And then we'll make the input here the actual ingredient class. Yeah, we'll still trigger the exit button as normal, but then we'll put all of this stuff into the function. What was its in? I think we just got its. We already have its ID, right? Get ingredient ID. What do we do for its info? Because we don't save the info in the individual. Wait, I think we look up, right? Find. What did we call it? In the BPI, right? We'll get ingredient ID. I think we put it in the. We put it in the game instance or the game mode. Game mode. No. Macro library. Potentially. No. We put it somewhere. Alchemy function library. No. Where did we put it? Where did we actually build? Where did we get the ingredient? Or I think we didn't make a macro or function for it. We just. To get the structure, I mean. I think we just put it in the widget. If we have a macro library, we don't. No, macros can't have execution, right? No, macros can't have execution. I don't know what I was thinking then. Okay, so let's do one that is. Oh no, they just can't have. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, I could just make it. I don't even need to promote this. I just grab it direct. Okay, so let's do that. Let's get ingredient struct. Get data table row ingredient fusion. We can make it invisible by typing in then. Yes. The secrets to making execution nodes invisible. ID, no default, right? Oh my god, my other thing just popped up. Hold on. We will check that out in a sec. Now Roan, we'll just call that data. Okay, we could actually fix that in the HUD then, right? Or in the ingredient info panel. Because I think we call it here. Get ingredient struct. We'll just do it this way. We'll boop, boop, and hey, problem solved. Now, do we have to grab the table anywhere else, or could we get rid of that local variable? We can get rid of it. perfect solve there. Here we can do it to add ingredient based on the ID. Get ingredient struct. Yeah, I called it add ingredient. Why does that not show up? Oh, that's why. The only thing we'll have to check for is if the cauldron is already full. What can we do about that? What if there's a way that we can save the ingredients location at the time of picking it up first? We should be able to. We can. This is so messy. So bad. It's not spaghetti necessarily, although this is really qualifying for some Italian restaurants right now. But it's just not organized. No comments, no nothing. Terrible. Like, we do this ongoing line trace to check if let's unclick. Yeah, actually on started, what we can do, right, is ingredient found. We can just save its current location. Last ingredient location, or ingredient oak transform before drag. Get extra transform. Thought of something funny. And I can actually test it just by should work. We can tick the transform and see what happens. Yeah, and that way what we can do is if the player goes to drop it in and it's full, we can actually just move it back to the location it was before the player moved it. However, if the player picks it up here, it's gonna be in a loop. Well, we're gonna set this, but I may not use it because I do think that there will be that issue, right? I keep getting sidetracked. Okay, hold on. I want to look at what I did here for the UI. Cauldron. This one. I did two vertical panels. Or horizontal panels. God, I'm so stupid. Why did I do it like that? Okay, it's not the worst. This is not the worst thing that I could have done, to be honest. This actually could be a lot worse than what it is. It makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense, but I don't really like it. I don't really like it. I wonder where I did all the math for this shit, though. Maybe in here. I don't actually know. I don't know where I did it. Probably in some main. I had a really bad habit at this time just to like put the dumbest stuff in the dumbest locations. But now I'm curious. Because I actually just want to copy some of the math that I did here. Here, right? It had to be like... We do it. Can I find... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, that isn't that bad. Isn't that bad. That'd be more... But that's not that bad. They organized it pretty well. Yeah, fair enough. Gets all ingredient defects, searches for duplicates, taking the minimum possible tier when successful. That's a bit fucked up, but it works. Alright guys, let me hit up the bathroom real quick, and then we will get this UI set up to show it. Give me a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the jump scare there. Switch the scene over. I disputed one of the copyrights claims on our first day of dev. It held. Weird. I gotta check at what time that occurs. I mean, I can just mute that part of the video, right? Not a big deal. And then there was another one on day 5. I gotta check on that. Annoying. Perfect. We are going to there's something about putting those ingredients in that hole. It just feels, it's really, really addictive. Which is good. We want the alchemy to be a mini game in this. You know, we want it to be something that has its own kind of core loop to it. And then, of course, the end result feeds into the main core loop. And, you know, it's kind of like what I classify in our game as activities. And there are multiple activities that I would like, you know, like stuff like hunting or fishing, or you could even say like the puzzle solving, right? And each of these need to have a core loop and things that, you know, imagine like you see a bunch of like overgrown weeds or vines in an area and you can see something behind it. Well, you need something to deal with those vines, right? In Cauldron Chronicles. So you can make mental note that you need some kind of potion that you can throw or apply and deal with these vines. Or you can write it down and then you go to your alchemy table and you create something. And this is a potion that you're making to serve your own purposes, your own progress in the world. As opposed to, you know, making potions for NPCs. Okay, get ingredients struct. We want to create widget. Where do we want to do the check if it's too full? Probably here. We'd probably get the ingredient panel. We'd get the ingredient panel, and we would check the number of the children, right? Get children count. I don't see any reason why we'd have to get an array of children. I'm just wondering if we could save some time just by getting the array and checking the length, right? But I don't think we would need to. We just would want to check the count. We'll do if count is less than or equal to 4. Because I can always do if it's equal to 4 or something, but then you have issues where, okay, what if it's 5? You know, okay, I can do less than 5, but then what if it's greater than? We may want to do something if it's at 4. I don't know. Less than 5, less than or equal to 4 There's no real difference. I mean, we can have an argument right now if you wanna go toe to toe on less than or equal to 4 or less than 5. Which one is better? We can do it. We can do it. We can move over politics. There's a new argument to that. Okay, less than or equal to 4. Add ingredient, otherwise just return for now. I mean, realistically, this is where we would then tell the ingredient to respawn. Like, don't add it to the potion, respawn it back on the table or something. We should do that. Should do that. I should be able to set up a spawning component in here, right? Not a spawner, it's a... No, it should be a spawner, shouldn't it? I mean, I could just make a box and say, okay, spawn. Can I get a random point inside of a... What do we want to respawn ingredients? Try getting a box here. Just... This point on collision, but that would require a point to be checked. You can always just make a single point where things respawn, but I'm not real happy with that idea. Because you could get shit piling up and then causing collision issues, right? I don't really want to do that. Our friend is sick. We had a meeting scheduled, but we have to reschedule. So you just let me know. Cool. That sucks. Not the meeting, but just that they're sick. That really sucks. Especially in like, you're gonna get sick. It's like, come on, get sick on Friday or something. Then you can have the whole weekend, but now it's like, okay, maybe you have to miss tomorrow for work too, and then, yeah, it's this. UE5 spawner component. Spawn actor from object. Spawn actor from class. Thing is, like, I can... Hey Fraser, how you doing? Good to see you. I can spawn an actor from class, that's fine. Like, I can have this ingredient going back on the table. The issue is, I don't want it to go to one point, right? Because then it's all just, they're just gonna stack up on top of each other. But I can do a radius. I guess I could do a radius. Rapid lurk, no worries. I think I have some better TTV emote enabled for lurking. I added pretty much all the popular ones because, you know, those are the ones that I like as well. So I don't know if I have anything for lurking though. I can only add 50, which is kind of sad. I think I have to pay to add more, right? No, I don't know if I have anything for lurking. This is what it is. No, I guess I could spawn actor from class and just get a location above the table so I can just do like another arrow or something. We won't like remember its transform or anything. I just want to have a point we can spawn from. Drag that didn't like. And then we'll just get like a radius around the arrow, right? Where's the root on this? Where's the root actually? Was it? We're in the. Oh yeah, it's in this. I don't like that it's off center a bit. Really annoying. Okay. Whatever. Everybody, I need to get a package too from Hotchkiss. Okay. Can't forget to do that. My way home or something. Everybody wants me today. On a Thursday. You guys want me on like Friday or Saturday? Actually, you know what? It's good that they're doing it now and not tomorrow and the weekend when I'm going to be playing these new games coming out. Okay. Okay, I take it back. Take it back. You guys can want things from me today. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And what we'll do is just get a random point in radius around this and spawn them here. Okay, ingredient spawn point. So if we drop something in the cauldron and it is full, we can spawn actor from class, ingredient. I need to now tell I need to get the. That's fine. Bad blueprint. Bad. Misbehaving blueprint. Stop it. The only thing we have it on it right now are the color and ID. I'm just gonna use those two for now, but in the future we'll have to probably in begin play or the construction script. We'll have to build that ingredient because it'll have a mesh, and any other things we want it to do. So we will in the future need to actually have some shit behind it, right? But I can grab the color and ID and then I'll just set them on. I'll just set them up on spawn. Setup ingredient. Well, you have a function for setup ingredient. And begin play. No, it doesn't do that. Yes. We have that. I'm gonna mirror that though in the setup ingredient. That way when it's spawned in, it will set up the color stuff correctly too. And again, we'll have to change this to be proper when we actually have functional ingredients with meshes and stuff, and we don't have the mesh set up right now. But we can, you know, we can find some, like, we'll figure it out. Not important right now. Okay, spawn BP ingredient. Oh, we need to set up to be exposed on color and ID. This will just be that what we're gonna do for now. Really isn't that important. ID, color, problem solved. Spawn transform is gonna be this, not the arrow, we want the ingredient spawn point. I just wish I could tell it a radius, but we can always set up the, let's make a variable, let's make a float variable here, and we can do it as a local variable. Can I get a point in radius around like a vector? I'm very curious about that. Get random reachable point in radius. What does reachable mean? From navigation, we don't want from navigation, we want. Within the specified bounding box, using the first vector as an origin and the second as the box extends. I mean, I guess. Not set world. Get world transform. Nope, bad. What? We can actually just get the location, because scale is going to be 1.0, of course, and then yeah, we don't need to get the fucking trend. Just get the location. That will be the center. The half size, I guess, is the radius. Sorry. Yeah, and we'll just the fuck does it mean half size? Well, half size around the race, so I guess we can just get box extends. It wouldn't be like 50-50, right? Well, I guess if shit starts spawning off the side, then we'll know. and then we will delete, we'll destroy the keep forgetting we can do that. Fully expecting to tune in to see you having modeled and textured the lavender just for... I should do that. I should do that. Do you think there's any like free lavender? There's gotta be some free right? Free 3D models. Free3d.com. Give me some lavender. No results found. Gotta be some like plant, right? Trees, a lot of trees. The rose. Some cornflower. Lavender 3D model. $34. Got time for that. CG Trader has a few. Dude, there is. Wait, is it? This was free. It's not free. What are you talking about? They're good quality though. Free ones look like they're below the premium ones. I was looking at Turbo Squid. I'll try like Sketchfab, CG Trader. Yeah, like you said, they're all in pots. There's one. This is one that's not, it's not even centered in the pot. Oh, now it's centered, but bro, what? This looks so bad. Isabella H. Isabella, please. Please, Isabella. Don't do this to me. I want to cut the pot out of it. I could do it. I don't know if I have any modeling programs currently installed. Oh, I found one. I found one actually. Is this free? I mean, CT attribution, yeah, but it's just gonna be a prototype. We're not gonna actually. I don't have to do it though. You don't have to comply with the license for elements of the material of the public. Your use permitted by. I'm not actually making money off this shit, right? It's not commercial. Archify 3D, I'm gonna download your lavender just for the lulz. If you get upset with me, you're allowed to, but I'm not going to be making money off this model, so. Oh, I'd have to log into Sketchfab. I don't want to do that. Maybe there's something in. Where is it? Where's my. What's it called? Quixel. Maybe Quixel has something. You know, I actually probably have something. Who makes a website called Free 3D and list things with friends? Somebody stupid, that's what it is. Shout out to stupid people worldwide. Lavender granite. You know, it would be more, I think it'd be more funny if I called it, if it's called lavender, but it's not actually lavender. I'm just gonna use the model for the wrong thing. Maybe I have something here of, unfortunately, most of the stuff on Quixel, I think, is. There's some good ones. Chamomile? They have like a lot of stuff except for lavender. Does this just come with one of them though? I'm half expecting you to get a model of pot color tweak it to lavender. Yeah, just get it. Well, the lavender goes inside it, right? And you're not going to take it out to put it in the potion. You're just going to put the entire potted plant in the potion. Why do they not even have a rose on here? Kind of weird. Mugwort. Oh. Marijuana. Do you think YouTube gets upset if I pronounce it incorrectly? Do they care if you say the word on? Who cares about YouTube, to be honest? Who cares? Who cares what they think? Them in their ivory California tower. Handing out judgments because they don't want to be considered legally a platform. People. Okay, I need to add something. I mean, this kind of looks like. This looks close enough, but I don't want like a. I don't want like a massive like. I just need one stem version of it, right? Like I don't need a whole root section and bullshit. Yeah, no worries. I don't know about YouTube either. I say so many stupid things anyway. I'm just gonna add this sea thrift because it looks like there's a version. It's kind of hard to see. It's pretty small, but it looks like there's a version of just a single flower stem. I have to sign in. Okay, give me a sec. It's got my personal email on there, so I'm gonna sign in on the side. They're not invalid. These are not the invalid credentials. Okay, they were they were incorrect. Hear me out, photogrammetry. Do you have some lavender just laying around in your house? No. No, I don't. We don't have many plants in our tiny apartment. We don't got shit. Certainly not lavender. I mean, I wouldn't mind lavender. It smells great. Looks nice, but I don't have any now. Sea thrift, medium quality. I mean, okay, download. Did it do it? Oh. Pixel. Pixel, download, please. Clicking you. Let me open the window back up. Get your phone out and go scan. Yeah, I wish. C something, C thrift. Damn it. Add a cactus. That's what I want. There we go, downloading. Now I don't need, you know, I might even have something in my library with lavender or with something that's very, you know, similar. It's just, where is it? Which one? I don't have any way to organize this shit. I hate you. Maybe I have like plants. Flowers and plants nature pack. Six hundred 648 flower and plants. I mean, this is gonna be so good. And I think I do see some lavender in there. The thing is it just like a single stem version, or is it... But this will be amazing for us. Yeah, they really do. Not only is like the Epic launcher slow as shit, but the sorting and filtering is really bad. And then when it's actually in your library, you have no way to organize these things. And the filters are kind of fucking useless. And it's like the more you add, the worse it gets. It's really bad. Unfortunately, these aren't stylized, but... Oh yeah, there's lavender. There's a lot of lavender. But when it comes time, I think we could actually use this because that looks like a lavender stem. The problem is I bet this is a pretty fucking big pack. Okay, they haven't updated their free for the month yet. Only works with up to 5.2 though, so I'd have to just, you know, like copy and paste it. Yeah, you can paste a link. At least we can use this for first playable, right? Because like some things we can, I don't know, maybe like the game dev channel, it doesn't really matter. You can always DM it to me too. Oh, thanks. I mean, that could work. The only issue is that it's a big bunch, and I just need a single strand. Otherwise, it would work. That's the only issue. Is like most of these are the yeah, but we'll see. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could download this pack and just, you know, pull files from it as needed, but oh. Like if it works for 5.2, it will work with 5.3, but I need to pull individual. I don't know how big this project would be if I made it, but the only thing I can do is add it to project as well. I hate that. I really hate this. Assets not compatible with 5.3. Dumb. Yeah. It's fine. I'm going to try using this, see if this Sea Thrift... yeah, see, there's a single version of this. I mean, I don't really like that there's this grass on the bottom. Doesn't Unreal have some way to modify meshes? I could swear there was like some way to edit the mesh. Maybe it's with their own. I don't know. Someone was telling me about that. Might have been Hotspur, but I don't know how to do it. Not UV editor. Although I didn't know that there was a UV editor in pretty cool. I didn't know that there was a UV editor in Unreal. For a streaming app called Mix It Up. Appreciating how versatile it is. Okay, yeah, feel free. I'll take a look at it when I have some time. Probably this weekend. I really need to get a stream deck as well. We'll mess around with the meshes later, but we have it. We have it for now, so we can... I need to get a stream deck, but they're a little expensive. And a little expensive in US dollars is very expensive when you live in Poland. It really sucks. Like, all the electronics in Poland cost the exact same as you would buy them in Australia or US or wherever. Except they're also 23% more expensive because they're not made in the EU. And Polish salaries are like 4 times lower than the US. So it's buying like one stupid electronic thing is, I can either buy it or feed myself for like half a month to the full month. It's really crazy. Oh, Discord runs locally. I will have to look that up, yeah. I'll take a look at that. For sure. I think we could do some pretty fun things with that. I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, we were spawning ingredients if they fall into the cauldron and the cauldron is full. Inky Mark II Stream Deck is 200 here in Australia, and the one with the audio mixer is 260 here. Is that's 200 Australian dollars? AUD to PLN, so 200. So 200 Australian dollars is about 540 Polish zloty, and I can get the Mark II for 580 zloty. And then there's average Australian salary around 90,000 Australian dollars. I wish. Holy shit, I could live like a king. This should include the tax, yes. Average Polish salary is... yeah, it's about 7,000 a month, so by 12 is 84. So about average Polish salary is about 31,000 Australian dollars. expensive electronics. Can you believe that? Doesn't that suck? Doesn't that suck? Oh, mean salary instead of average? I don't know. Mean salary. Australia. This is average, still average. Average weekly earnings increased to about 1.8 thousand 2023. A lot lower than 90,000, that's for sure. That can't be right. I don't know, you can tell me what the average that you think is, because I know average Polish salary generally, but okay, so about 70,000, not 90,000. Not as crazy as of a difference then, but still, like, we make at least 2.5 times less than Australia or US or whatever, and yet we pay more for our electronics. And it's generally like the same with cars and stuff too, but electronics for sure, because none of them are made in the EU. So, and you have to pay VAT tax. I mean, US does have like a sales tax. So like in my state of Wisconsin, we have to pay. Dude, I wish. My salary when I was working as a lead game designer here in Poland was, in Polish zloty, was 72,000 Polish zloty a year. Right? Yes. And about 35, no, about 40% of that went to rent. So yeah, making electronic purchases here is like, you really got to do it. You really got to think about it. I mean, I like it here, and I really like, food, culture. My friends around here are great. The city is beautiful, but salaries are still not great. Which is why Poland is just such a big tourist hub, is because you can get cheap flights here from other European countries and then spend a pittance and get your beer and food and entertainment and then go on back home. Okay, add ingredient. Okay, we have that. And construct the widget. We got really off track. Probably a lot easier for people to get the, yeah, exactly. And the thing is, like, I could buy like components in the US and have them shipped. And even if I saved money on the shipping, however, I would still have to pay the 23% import fees to get them in here. So it doesn't really save money, right? Yeah, exactly. Import tax and customs. It just sucks. It's really bad. I mean, for sure, the U.S. and Europe could save a killing, and I'm sure it's the same in Australia, right? Because you probably have import tax and customs as well. Would save a killing if there was a chip plant and manufacture of all these electronic components in Europe, because then you could just produce it in Europe somewhere, and the price might be a little bit higher than getting it so cheaply from China or something, but at the very least you would save. The logistics would be a lot simpler, and probably in the end it would be cheaper for the consumer. I mean, it just doesn't matter as much in like Western Europe or US or Australia or other places with, good salaries, just because, dropping 50, 70 US dollars or Australian dollars on some new electronic, it's like, yeah, whatever. It's like a couple hours of work, right? It's not a big deal. But if I wanted to buy a new Stream Deck, 500 zloty is about how much I spend on food for 1 month to get a Mark II Stream Deck. And that's if I don't eat out, because eating out is absurdly expensive here. Create ingredient widget. What? We had an icon. I think that's all we have is just the icon on here, right? Get icon. Child. I will say though, internet is very cheap. Internet is very cheap here, and like a phone plan, right? Even for the salaries here, it's really cheap. I get 1,000 gigabits at home download for I think it's about 15 US dollars. They can't compete with the labor costs in China. I agree. Bauer manufactured a CPU bracket in the EU, and it was twice the cost of the cheapo ones that do the same thing in China. That was just a piece of machined and anodized aluminium with a few threaded screws in it, plus a base scaling key. Yeah. I kind of hope that, because it's like living in Poland is not lesser than living, at least my experience, because I've lived in Poland and I lived in the US. That's it. So I can compare these two experiences, and roughly it's about the same. It's about the same. If you ignore the cost of things, the availability of certain things is equal. The quality of life is pretty much the same. There's differences in culture, like dryers and air conditioners are way more common in the US than they are here, but they're becoming more common in Poland recently. So it's like, it's roughly the same. It's roughly the same plus minus 10%. And of course it depends on, which aspect of life we're looking at. So it just doesn't make sense to me that labor and salaries are so low, cheap here. It really shouldn't be. In my opinion, Poland is about on par with Western European countries in terms of quality of life and availability of things. So I don't really know what determines I don't really understand economics at all. I'm interested in it, but I don't know really much about it, so I don't really know what controls it, but it should be on par. They should be using the euro here, really. Difference is that Western countries have minimum wages and employee protection. If we end up with AI taking over a bunch of those manufacturing jobs, then sure, it'll probably be viable at that point, but then there are other issues with that for unemployment and all the rest, obviously. Yeah, but it's like, Poland is still part of the EU, so you still have the same work requirements throughout that. And you have minimum wage, you have employee protection here. It's just that the minimum wage is so shit because the cost of living is so low. But the cost of living is low because, I don't know, like, if you increased the cost of living to match, and you could do it slowly, right? You shouldn't just do it overnight, duh. But if you slowly increase it to what the euro is, I don't think Poland would suffer at all from this. It would just mean everybody is getting paid the same in Poland or Germany. And right now, most Polish people just fuck off to Germany or to UK because they can make way more money. Nowadays, it's Germany because, it's like, it's EU, so you don't even need to get a work permit because you have EU citizenship. like I said, I don't know anything. I'm just speaking out my ass here, but I don't really get why it's not. I agree. Yeah, I was meaning something else, but yeah, they aren't affecting China because, well, I don't think it takes a lot of education to know what the work, what the work place quality is in China. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I really wouldn't mind living here full time. It's just I still have family. I still have places in the U.S. that I want to go, and I'd like to move back to the U.S. at some point, primarily because of salaries. But if the salary wasn't such an issue here, I wouldn't mind living here because then I could also afford to fly back to the U.S. and visit family from time to time, and but it just isn't viable. Minimum wage trying to continue to rise. 370 US dollars per month. Highest hourly minimum. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm more just not understanding why Poland is so behind the rest of the EU in terms of wages. But again, I just don't know what controls that. And I agree that there's no Western country that can compete with China for production of these things. Set brush. Wait. Had it backwards. Hold on. Damn it. I get so off point. No, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, match size. Yes, we do want to match size in this case. Oh, we do need to tell it which ID as well, which ingredient is actually in the cauldron, right? Yeah, but I don't want to do it here. I don't want to. What I mean is I don't want this UI to be the cauldron ingredient holder, right? We don't want to put that info in the UI. It should be part of the alchemy table. This should not necessarily be add ingredient, but more like add ingredient to panel. But we should be adding this ingredient to some array here in BP ingredient, ingredients in cauldron. That is an array. Essentially could be partly to do with tourism. If people visit and want to stay for a bit longer and can work for cheap on a working visa to do so, then that would push down the wages. Because companies over there have access to those lower paid but temporary workers. There's some of that, like with Ukrainians, for instance. I mean, similar to like the U.S., South U.S. with Mexicans or other Latin Americans, South Americans. Obviously, that's not going to be the only reason, but it could contribute to it. Also, there might be a lot of outsourcing overseas as well. I pay someone top dollar at home if you can house. Yes, and I think that keeps prices cheaper here, just because it's good. It's kind of good for the economy, right? Well, it's not kind of. It is good for the economy if as many people as possible, as many adults as possible, are employed. Well, one of the ways they can keep people employed is by making services in Poland and work in Poland cheaper than the rest of EU. So now all these EU countries outsource stuff, especially game development, to Poland because it's just way cheaper. Now it's easy to get a job in game dev in Poland because so many people are trying to find more Polish developers. But that just kind of keeps wages low. And as it will increase, then it will become less prominent to outsource. I don't really know. I don't really know. All I can say is I wish wages were higher here. I mean, and I don't mind if other things increase with it, but right now things are increasing and wages are not. I think like the price of food in Poland has gone up 15 to 20%, but the price of the salaries haven't really. Add ingredients, get. I think we want to add. We don't want to have duplicates either. Not unique. Index none. You'd head bed. Gotta get up in 7 hours. Oof. And head to the hospital. Oh shit. Hope everything's okay. Don't worry about derailing. But thank you for showing up, and I hope everything's okay. So, good luck and get some good sleep. I guess we can test if this was a valid index, right? It outputs index none, so what, just -1? Just to follow up on some medical issues earlier, okay. 8 a.m. Jesus Christ. That is ridiculous. Especially on a Friday, come on. At least you'll have it done before the weekend, right? So. I guess I could do if not equal. Or if greater than or equal to 0, right? I guess. Let me do greater than or equal. And if false, we then also output that shit too. Okay. On Friday in a school zone with roads that don't have the capacity for the new 20,000 person development that just went nearby. Oh boy, good luck, man. Try to get as much sleep as you can, and I guess it, if it's Friday, push through, and then you can, get to bed early. But thank you for showing up, and see you tomorrow if you want. We're gonna be playing probably For the King 2 or Talos Principle 2. I'm not sure which yet. Probably Talos Principle 2, because then if I get stuck, you guys can help me, and I'm gonna get stuck. Got a uni assessment to finish off and submit by 4 p.m. Oh my god. Okay, so I might miss you tomorrow, maybe. We'll see. Either way, thanks for showing up, and take care, man. Or woman, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. All I see is a name, and that's it. I don't have any other information. I don't usually stalk my Twitch viewers. All right. I hope so. I hope so. I mean, we'll be playing all next week anyway too, because I have no life and I love games, so I'm not skipping up an opportunity to play Talos Principle and For the King 2. I'm not doing it. I don't care how many games I have to make. If a new game comes out that I want to play, I'm playing it. And it's research, and I can write it off for tax purposes. If you're watching this, IRS, seriously, it is research. It is legitimate business expense that I can write off. I need to know how these games are made so that I can become better as a game developer and game development company, okay? Do not audit me. You will not get any money. It's all in NFTs. You cannot regulate it. The first time I heard of NFTs, I didn't even want to like buy them. I just wanted to know what the fuck they were, because every single explanation of what an NFT was made no sense. Well, you're not getting the thing, but you have ownership, but you don't actually have ownership because it's not physical. I don't. Does this work? Okay, we have no user feedback right now if an ingredient isn't being added, but I think that it will function. We just also have this panel that looks kind of shit. It looks really bad. And currently we don't have a way to remove the ingredient, so yeah, problem. Maybe I shouldn't use a uniform grid panel, and maybe I should just do like a. I mean, I really could just do a wrap box, because we're doing a size box. So maybe just like replace this with a wrap box. Hold on. Ingredient panel. Because then I can just center the wrap box horizontally. I tell. Oh wait, there we go. Wrap size. Oh. I hate this. They have like the tiniest cap in the world. It has like a centimeter for me to be able to screw it on. I mean, and compare that to the Pepsi, which is, you know, it's like half the size of the Pepsi cap. And I like the Pepsi cap because the Pepsi cap I can easily get off, no problem. I can even do it one-handed. You don't believe me? I've gotten so good that I can remove it and drink and put it back on one-handed. That's how much of an addict I am. Well, if I can set specific padding between the children on the panel, then I'll just do it in the actual child here. That's content padding though. What did I do here? Oh yeah, I just put, okay, that's what I did. Well, I could do it in, I could do it in this if I wrap this in a canvas panel, right? Not the end of the world. Then I can put padding on this. No, I can't. I could just add it. A spacer. Wrap with horizontal box. Yeah, we'd have to wrap with Why? Why is it so bad? Yeah, this sucks. It's such a bad way to do it. It's so dumb. I shouldn't do it this way. Oh, it's just this. It's the inner slot padding, that's right. Here's the size. Oh wait, we have to do. It's so bad. I love how like one of the simplest, stupidest, simplest panel needs is giving me such a headache. I just don't like that padding. It's not uniform. And this is where the uniform grid panel really would benefit. The stack box. I never used stack box. Uh, I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, I can lay it out and see if I can do anything with it like this, but really don't like it. And I can't really tell them to center themselves. You know, and I thought it was dumb for using 2 horizontal panels in my other project, but really, it worked. Definitely worked. I mean, we could always just have the ingredients always here. You know, we can always have the children here. But if they don't have an assigned ingredient ID, we just don't use them in the logic. The only problem is that just means that every single time that I do the logic, I have to check if they have an ingredient ID, as opposed to just me getting all ingredients in the panel. Just getting all children and doing whatever. That's safer. It's just how do we lay these out in a way that doesn't seem terrible? That's the thing, it is always going to be terrible. At the very least, the wrap box allowed me to do this. And I can set inner padding. And it looks terrible. It looks absolutely terrible. But it is functional. So bad. I mean, I can kind of trick it and do something like that. And then just put padding on the top and bottom where I want that to equal, but it's just so stupid. It's the stupidest solution ever. And I'm gonna do it because it's a prototype. That's really it. I can't really do anything about that bottom row though. Bottom row sucks. Fill empty space, what does that mean? Should this slot fill the remaining space in the line? Fill span. If the total available space in the wrap panel drops below the threshold, this slot will attempt to fill an entire line. We shouldn't mess with this because then we would have to set it every time. It's triggering me too much. It's really triggering me. I hate it. I hate everything about this. All of this. I cannot do it. I'm going to revert back to the dual horizontal box method. Can't do it, guys. I don't want to talk about it, but I don't care how much extra work this is for me. At least I know it's going to work. Watch it not work though. It'd be funny. Reset that. We'll fix queue errors. Give me some time. Actually, we kind of do want that to fill, and that should center. The thing is, we want these to be. Well, this won't be per slot, so we would still need to apply padding here. This is such a weird size. Thing is, if I apply padding on the border, it's gonna fuck up. So I do need to put a. It's just gonna push the border left to right, isn't it? Yeah. Do padding on the overlay right. We could do a spacer more reliably now. Content. You can do like that. That essentially is padding. Yeah, but that looks really shit. That looks so terrible. The whole thing is just a mess. And it just results in the same thing. Okay, what did I do? I give up. I give up. How did I solve it? I just opened this project. How do I have to compile another 3,000 shaders? Ooh, you're testing me today. Testing. Because I did it on the individual ingredients, right? Would I have done that? I mean, I can always tell it to fill. And then in the individual ones, I tell it to... Like, there's no way that's how I did it before, right? And then what, just put like padding to move it over? Again, just kill me. Just do it. I mean, I don't want to admit it, but it does work. The only problem is that it's a stupid way to do it. Stupid way. And there's still downsides to doing it this way that I would like to avoid. Like really, it's really isn't great. I would like to avoid this scenario where I have to make any adjustments to the individual children slot properties, like padding, and I would like to avoid the instance where I have two panels that I need to work with. I really just need it to be one panel. And I think regardless of my feelings, the uniform grid panel is just the way to do it. Even if it looks silly, which it... Granted, we would still have to set up the row and column. But I can easily modify that. Modify that. That's easy math. That's easy math. Column 1, column 2, row 1. Let me see if I can find. I don't really care if it's right. I mean, to be fair, it is kind of pushed in a bit, so really this does. We can work with that. We can work with that. But I do wish that this bottom row was actually centered. I mean, I could fake center it, I guess, by... It's taking the maximum number of columns that we have. So if we set this to like column 5, this to column 3, -1, column 2 and 4. We could then set this to column 1 and this to column 3. Which does not simplify the math that we'll have to do, but it does mean that it will visually look more appealing. I feel like we can make them bigger too, right? Do I have errors? Where are my errors? That's right. Reading, okay. Wait, do I still have errors on this? No, we're okay. I think the size is okay-ish. I probably could make them a bit larger, but what size are the icons right now? They're 256. We could make them bigger. It is going to mess up the sizing a bit though if we do make them larger. But I'm not against it. Yeah, not a fan of the new set. Oh, wait. That's not correct. It shouldn't be stretching it like that. It's probably because there's not enough width. Yeah, we only have 900, so it's scrunching them because we don't have enough width to actually use of it. Okay, let's just go back down to 128. It's not like it wasn't working. And that is not way too large again. Oops, sorry. Okay, 24. Wait, was it 24 before? I feel like we could make it a little bit larger, right? Just like a little bit. Come on, like 150? Can swing 150, right? Yeah, it works. Good. Good. Okay. Let's... Okay, when an ingredient begins overlapping, add ingredients to Cauldron function. Grab the Cauldron contents widget. We quickly check if there are many children in there, which in this case there are. Actually, that should have respawned then, right? Uh, heck. Yeah, we actually need to adjust the child bit now. We need to grab all of the ingredients in the entire alchemy, in the entirety of the Cauldron. We need to grab this ingredients in Cauldron. Let me make a new function on the BPI then. Grab Cauldron contents, output of ingredients. Ingredients. The owner actor. What oneer? Owner table alchemy. see. Ingredient. We've already determined there's enough. We actually need to perform the math here, right? Put on here and let's adjust it. I want to get the children count. If it's fewer than 3, kind of ironic that less, checks specific number here because the actual grammar, proper grammar would be fewer. If less than 3, we can just add it directly to the ingredient panel. We need to do what? We need to multiply the current children count by 2. So dumb. This is gonna be some really dumb math. I promise it'll work, but it's just really dumb. And that will be the new rows is always 0. Column in this case will be the child. So we need to actually let's make hold on. Promote that to variable so we can just mess around with it. Oh shit, how do we... Oh, we need to set it in this. Which slot it's in. It wouldn't be the panel, it would be its I think we need to add the child first and then we need to grab yeah, I think we need to do that instead. We need to actually add it. Because then we can actually adjust its column, right? We do that. I guess we get its slot info. Yeah, how do we do that? How do we adjust its column? I never worked with uniform grid panels in the in blueprints. Hold on, let's look it up. V5 uniform grid panel. Oh, add child to uniform grid. Don't just add child. Okay. I see. I see. I see. Okay. Hmm. Let's do the math with selects then. If it is less than 3, take the current child count, multiply it by the row will always be 0 in this case. Select. If it's 3, which is true, it's less than 3, which is true, multiply it by 2, and that is the column. If it's false, if it's greater than, we want to multiply it by... Can we do anything with the child count? Because for sure, at least the row will be 1. That's easy. The column, we are choosing between 1 and 3. So if it's 4, how can we go from 4 to 1 and then 5 to 3? I could just do another select based on 4 or 5. But this won't work because if the child count is 3 less than 3. It'll work right if it's okay. If child count is 0, we go row 0, column 0. Good. Child count is 1, row 0, column 2. Yes. Next one, it'll get child count 2, row 0, column 4. Perfect. The next one, the child count will be 3, so it'll be false. Choose row 1, now we want column 1. I think we just do a select and we just say fuck it, right? We just do another check here if it's if it's equal to 4. I guess less than like 4. Why am I fucking up here? Hands moving faster than brain. And 4. Yeah, but we don't want to do that. We want to do if it's like greater than 3. This is a bad way. It's a bad way. Oh my god, this math, man. Dude, this math. My brain is fried today. Brain is fried. We need those games. We need those games for tomorrow. Granted, I also have not had anything to eat today. I took a look around lunchtime what they were serving downstairs, but it just didn't look very good. So I'm just gonna hit up the mall after this and grab some food before shopping. But that could be it. I think I'm just like dead of energy and thought. My body's like, dude, stop it, stop thinking. You're trying to do math and you haven't even eaten. Okay. Child count is 4, we can just subtract 3 to get 1, but that's dumb because if we have child count of 5 and we subtract 3, we get 2. We don't want 2. Hey, no worries. We're gonna be on for like another half an hour to hour. I want to get this done. Wait, if we okay, we take 4 mod 3. Mod gets the remainder of division, right? Modulo. If x is not completely divisible by y, then the result will be the remainder in the range. Okay, so 4 mod 3 will be 1, which is good, but then we need 5 mod 3, and then the count minus the mod will get 3. This is the stupidest way to get it. It's the stupidest way to get it, but it will work. Then it's 2 checks. Then it's 2 checks. The math, there's nothing that I can see within the math to should I just like use AI for this? ChatGPT, help me, I'm dumb. Because I can have it give me the right answer, and then I can also tell it to say nice things about me so I don't feel as dumb. I mean, it's perfect. It's like a psychologist. It's a psychologist who knows math, right? A therapist who knows math. I need some simple mathematical way to get 1 from 4 and 3 from 2 using the same expression. I wrote it wrong. Need 2 different outputs. One 4. The second output is 3 from, not 3 from 2, 3 from 5. Like, sure, you can just divide 4 by 4 and then you get 1. Oh, great. Great, thank you. Thank you so much. You're not wrong, but you're not wrong. It also said 5 minus 5 over 5 is 3. Like, I'll show you, like, it literally just told me that. I mean, am I stupid? It literally just told me that this was equal to 3. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I don't know if you guys can see it, but look. Look. Dumb AI. Not the same. It's I don't even, it's not getting me. I'm not explaining it correctly. This is the really, okay, this works. This works for anything under 3. So we can fill the first row. The issue with the second row, because we have 5 columns here, right? Technically, we have column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if the count of children is over 3, we needed to put number 4 in column 1, then number 5 in column 3. Now what I could do is if it's over 3, I can get 4 easily. It'll just get the child count and it'll add 1. Well, can I just do that then? No, wait, hold on. Because it needs to be in column 1, so I can get the child count. I can get child 3. It would be 4. I'm just overthinking it now. Now I don't even know what to do. I have so many stupid numbers in my head. I've just destroyed my mind with numbers that are under 10. This is gonna be the worst YouTube video to watch back. Don't do it. Oh my god, it's so bad. Stupidest thing. Okay, hold on. When in doubt, Excel it out. Okay, child count. 1, 2, 3. Okay, wait, hold on. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we already checked for that, so we can't add it. We're gonna do it together. Here's what we need. Row needed. Column needed. Okay, row needed is 0, 1. Column needed is 0, 2, 4, and then 1 and 3. Correct? Correct on that? Yes. So this one's simple. We can just add, essentially. If there's no children, we just add it, because it'll automatically default to 0, 0. And we do this. Get children count 0. What we do is if the count is under 3, which is true, oh, it's kind of confusing because it's going to different ones. The row will be 0. For the column, we multiply it by 2, which is 0. Beautiful. And this should work too. So child count 1. Under 3, row 0. Column, we multiply by 2. 1 by 2 is 2. Easy game. Child count 2, same thing, under 3. So we row 0. Column 2 by 2, 4. 0, 2, 4, easy. If the child count is 3, it is not less than 3, so it's row 1. Good. Column, however, we can just divide it by 3 to get 1. Okay, so that would solve that. However, it wouldn't solve this. What does modulo... Hold on. What happens if modulo, if it does... It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. Because even if we got the remainder, we would still just have 1. I mean, I could just do this, right? Like, I could just make this the separate selection. Which one would it check first, though? As the select default, return the option at index. First option is indexed at 0. So it would first check false. So we can't even do if it's... But even this is fucking us up. The dumbest bit of math ever. I'm gonna spend like an hour trying to figure this out. We need the same nodes I have to get 1 from 3 and 3 from 4 using the exact same nodes. And I don't think there's any way to do it. I can subtract 2 because then I wouldn't get the second one. And divide by 3. Can't use modulo. What other mathematical functions do I have available to me? Variable. Hold on. Mathematical. Manage absolute bitwise. No. Lamp. Does modulo not even exist here? It does a modulo, okay. It's dumb. This is dumb. Okay, I need a different way to solve this then. Shit, I really like that too. Well, I could do it backwards. I could check if it's over 3. Because then it would process the false ones first. Maybe that would be the wiser way to do it. So if it's over 3, greater than 3, work backwards here. Not a branch, we need to select. Actually, you know what's even worse? You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't care. Not that. I need to select on int, please. Even dumber. I'm gonna go cry in a corner when this is done, okay? Do not care. we make the prototype, we tell the programmers when they're making the proper version to sort out the math themselves. Definitely do not ask me for it. I do not like that. Why does it not like that? I'm connecting default value to input pin. Column map, row map. Why? Why do you do this to me? Where are my asset options? Reload that. You find no map. You know what? No map. Fine, I'll do an array. And you'll like it. Row array. We're never gonna touch it again after this. We never will need to, but we certainly won't now. Okay, what was it? It was 02413. Trust me, it will work. Programmers won't like it, but I don't care. Get children count. Seriously, this is dumb, but it is what it is. -1. There we go, row and column, look at that. No math needed. Just a couple of arrays. The absolute stupidest option. Uniform grid slot object. I think we can just do it. Be fine, right? I mean, technically, we would want to tell it what. No, we're just setting up the icon. It should be fine. It'll be fine. Although we're so deep, we got so deep into this math hellhole that now I kind of forget what we wanted to actually do. I don't know. If I delete all these from here, it should set it up correctly, right? I don't think I applied any other information to it. It's gonna look weird. Why did it fail to compile? Wait, what? Wait, what? Why are there two of these open? What? WBP Cauldron Ingredients panel. There's two of them open. How are there two of them open? How did that happen? How did they glitch out like that? What? This is the point where we... Ooh, wait, open me new widget blueprint? Dead package? Just glitched. Okay, so maybe that was part of... I'm just gonna blame it on that. The reason we couldn't solve the math problem is because Unreal glitched out. That's where we're going. That's the official stance. You can't change my mind. Okay. Didn't do anything. Why didn't it do anything? Why didn't you do anything? Let's add a breakpoint and let's figure it out. Yeah, it shouldn't even be that hard. It was just like... It was just odds and then evens. I'm sure there's some mathematical expression to do that, but the problem was that we were doing it based on children count, and I bet there might have been an easier way to do it. I don't know. I don't care. Why is it falsing there? Oh, because that's not the right logic at all that we... Exit button. I think that's the issue. Okay, cast 2 ingredients. Add ingredient to Cauldron, okay. Yes. Children count is currently 0. Add unique, good. Okay, ingredient in Cauldron, perfect. Returning. Wait, add ingredient. Green lavender dry. Why didn't I get the data for that? There's no debug data. Did it not get the right information? It created it properly. I don't think it got the right ingredient name. Should be the right one. Hold on, let's try to do it without the break. Said there was no debug data, but maybe it's okay. Can't I remove the... Excuse me? Oh, there we go. I don't know why that was doing it. Jesus, that's big as shit. That's also not correct. Okay. Hey, hold on. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. We needed to... not match. It shouldn't be putting in duplicates. I don't know why it's... What the fuck is going on? Yeah, there's obviously some glitches here. We got a few... Okay, we got some problems. That's not the important problem. The important thing is why was it not putting it in the right column? Children. Wait, do we need to do -1 for the children count? No, because technically we're filling in the... Hold on, this might have been... We'll fix one thing. Okay, that's fine. That aspect is fine. The spawn logic is not... Why is... Only going to do it if we have more than 5 things in here, so... Well, I'm going to open up this output log on the side so that we can walk through this and see where exactly it's going wrong. Where's my output log? Oh. can't see it. It open. Damn it, I can't see it. I don't know where it's... You do this to me. Technically, it shouldn't be allowing duplicates in there. Did we actually set it up not to allow it though? Oh, I know why. I know why. It's adding duplicate actors. We need to be grabbing the ID and adding duplicate IDs. Should be an array of IDs. Okay. But still, we need to figure out why it's... Like, that aspect is working fine. Right there. It's right there that it aired out. Attempted to access via property. Not valid. And it's when dropping, so it's like saving the wrong... Something with ingredient found. Do we need to be nullifying ingredient found? Here? Here's the destroy actor. Let's solve it. And we'll just do like a validation test. I just don't know what was triggering it. I think it's still occurring. I mean, I guess we could do a validation test here too for ingredient. Oh, Jesus Christ, we're just... This is already way too much bullshit for this event tick trace. This is really bad. Well, now I don't have tooltips. think I've stopped the errors, but we don't have tooltips. Yes, do not have tooltips. Wonderful. And that's because we don't show the tooltip until it's here. What's the errory node? I can just check here, like. Still getting the error, I think. Weird. Well, it's not erroring, but something is something funky's going on. But I think we're gonna look into that next time we work. Because I'm burned from today. We've had a bit of a troubling time today getting things set up here. I gotta eat. Definitely need to eat, need to shop a bit too. Oh well. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. We're actually not gonna be back to this for a while. Let's set up our to-do. We still need to finish this. Fix errors and clean up alchemy table. It's not good. It's not good. We need to do a lot of changes to. We got to do a lot of shit to this. This especially is just so messy. Everything about it is bad. So we'll just put a big old clean me on there. Yeah, it's all just one big mess. But we'll be back. Let's pull up the schedule. So we actually have a bit of an off week here. Just save that there. Tomorrow we are going to be playing, again, I haven't figured it out yet, but it's either going to be For the King 2 or Talos Principle 2. I might do... Oh god, which one will I really want to play? I know if I start Talos Principle 2, I'm going to get really addicted, but I could also then take the weekend and play some For the King 2 on my own as well, and then we can kind of start a on-stream save for it. So maybe tomorrow we can do Talos Principle 2. And we'll do that for a bit. And then we'll start like For the King 2 here. So tomorrow we'll play Talos Principle 2. I don't know if I can preload it yet. I don't think it's out yet. No, it unlocks in 3 hours. So yeah, we'll be on that tomorrow. I don't know why it hasn't updated my store. Let me do that real quick. Let me change account to our regular one. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Perfect. Oh, My Time as Sandrock 1.0 came out. That's really cool. Good for them. Yeah, I don't think I can preload this yet. That's probably why it doesn't show up in my other library. And same with this. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I look forward to that. Talos Principle 2 looks pretty great. I might have the home all to myself tomorrow. So if so, I'll be streaming from home with Talos Principle 2, but we won't have any cam. So no camera for that. But we can stream at a really good quality, hopefully. I'll have to double check my upload speed. Thank you. I will try to, and hopefully, a big update. Hopefully, everybody else can have a great rest of their day too. Yeah, I can't. I have to wait for it to be released. And yeah, I'll get this up on YouTube. It's not going to be. I'm really sorry if people are watching this on YouTube. This was a really uneventful, unfortunate stream. We're getting things done, but it is what it is. We're gonna have more days like that, so it is what it is. I might, if I, maybe I can do work on the weekend to organize the blueprints or something, I don't know. I don't like, leaving those jobs half finished, so. All right, but thank you guys for showing up. I'm gonna go get some food, and tomorrow we'll be on either at home or here with Talos Principle 2. I don't know which yet. Do Project Zomboid. It is a good game. It is fun. I suck at it though. But no, we're gonna do Talos Principle 2 because it is just coming out, and I love the first game. If you've never played Talos Principle, it is a really wonderful puzzle game. Philosophical puzzle game, open world, a lot of fun puzzles. And you gotta hand it to the developers because actually the second game is cheaper than the first one. So, but it's worth it. Great game. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.